Okay, we are live. Should be at least. Let's look at some stuff. Um, I can't quite run hyperparam sweeps on the GPU drive environment we were playing with yesterday. I did find something to do though. So these are really pretty jank. Um, Hold on. Which of these are the red ones like non-existent? Yeah, the red ones are non-existent. So I have to just click a bunch of these buttons real quick. And hopefully we will figure out which of these runs are any good. All this is normally automated and summarized for us very nicely on some graphs, but there are some issues with the environment that prevent me from doing that. So we're going to do this manually for now. It'll only take a minute. And we'll see if we got any reasonable hyperparameters. It doesn't look so far like we have anything great. But, you know, there could be various explanations for this. Welcome, Linky. Yeah, so this is what happens when you have to run all your experiments individually with like a bash script, and you don't have wandb to nicely format stuff for you with sweeps. But we should at least be able to see something with this. More than halfway done. And I'm kind of suspecting that we either have a problem with the data or we have a problem with the metric logging. We'll see. Because even a random hyperparameter search should probably solve a lot of stuff. Are you going to do all? No. We're only doing, it's the first 200 are the ones that I ran overnight. Though believe me, like, I have played my fair share of RuneScape. It's basically the same thing. Okay, this is about it. So, yeah, let's take a look at this. Okay, interesting. We see that there's this, like, very hard cutoff around 0.14, which leads me to expect that there's something fundamental with that value. Right, usually you don't see, like, a hard ceiling like this. So I'm guessing that I've probably just scaled all my data wrong. Mean reward per episode. Okay, so this one is much more variable. Some of these are all the way up at 1. Yeah, I really suspect that based on this, that we just have a scaling issue and that we're actually solving the env. So I guess then the plan for today, we'll start with a little bit of this. We'll see if we can figure some stuff out. We have all the containers built, so we'll update. Maybe we'll update our local container if it's not too hard. And then we will go from there. Yeah, because all the data seems to be like very clipped. Okay, well, let's start here. And then the plan for today will be spend a little bit of time on this, spend a little bit of time on the Atari hyperparameters, spend a little bit of time on the MOBA ELO stuff, and see if we can start getting all this into place. So, oops. What do I have on my local here? Yeah, we have stuff here I don't want to lose. I guess then what we'll do in order to start is we'll go look at the remote one first. And then as part of the stuff we do today, we'll make sure we have our local in a good enough spot that I can go from there. I have to rebuild the containers. Well, not rebuild, I just have to like re-up the container with the latest version that has GPU drive support, which is now uploaded, by the way. You can play with this online or download it. Okay. Cool. So GPU drive. So this was what we were logging. Goal achieved is this info tensor, sum item, divided by the number of finished agents. Is this correct? Let's go look. Also, let me fix my local editor here real quick. Cool. So the question is where we have where the logging occurs. Okay, so there is a log frequency here. And then for goals, they get sum perk goal achieved divide by num agent rollouts. Self.locals env.infodict num finished agents. So where do they get this from? And they get info goal achieved. self.locals.env. I think it's somewhere in the wrapper, maybe. Let's see how they get it. Is there any info in here? Not that I see. They've got a Pygame renderer. Got initialization. They don't have anything in infos. Maybe it's in the SB3 wrapper. Okay, is this it? Update info dict. Yes. Trying to figure out how they have this data formatted. So they do have controlled agent info.sum. But then what are the indices that they use? Done worlds. Welcome. How's it going? What is this system for? This is a GPU accelerated multi-agent driving simulator that we have added bindings to our own reinforcement learning frameworks library, really, from Pufferlib. We've made it a lot faster, and now I'm trying to make sure that we have. I ran 100 experiments on this overnight, so trained 100 different networks, and it looks like I'm not handling some of the logging data and stats that tell us actually what happened all that well. So I'm trying to figure out if there's any discrepancy there, which involves wading through a lot of the original code. Let's see if we have any interesting visuals of this. I mean, we don't have any visuals in Pufferlib yet, which is my project, but this driving sim is from a NYU group. This is Python. This portion is, yeah. Hold on. This is the garbage one. Where is it? Yeah, this thing here. So this is their multi-agent driving sim. It has a bunch of cars, a bunch of vehicles, and I've been doing some work to try to make this much, much faster and easier to use, etc., etc. And as of yesterday, we were able to get this to about 5 times the original speed, so 250,000 steps per second training with Pufferlib, and we were able to make it a little bit easier to use as well. We do still have some work to do. Thank you. Yeah, we have some work to do still. And then after this, This thing is Dolly. The actual like Viz that is not mine, is theirs. The GPU driving sim. I do have environments that I developed myself. We'll be back on those later today. I think the plan is this followed by some work on ultra high perf Atari learning, and then once that is in a good spot, we're gonna do. We have to do ELO calculations for this like miniature Dota game simulator that I wrote, and then we'll see where I go from there. But yeah, lots of high perf environment stuff around. Visualization side is a lot. Yeah, well, I mean, I do write graphics. I do write graphic front ends for some of my own sims. I don't have anything that's as high fidelity as this GPU driving sim. The other one that I've made recently that we'll be back on later today, hopefully, is, can I look up MOBA? Hold on, how do I find? Is there a search button? How do I search my own stuff? Whatever, I can just scroll from my own timeline. Wait, you're the neural MMO guy? Yeah. What's up? Let me see if I can find the latest thing I've been doing. It's too much garbage on the timeline. Okay, here it is. So this is a million FPS miniature version of Dota. Watched your PhD defense 8 times? Aw, well, thank you. I'm glad you found it so interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff coming to this space now. Nice to meet you as well. There's a lot of cool stuff coming to RL now. I'm formally graduated and I'm working full-time on making reinforcement learning actually fast and usable. And I'm doing it without the constraints of academia, which means everything goes way faster now. So this is like a miniature version of Dota. Graphics aren't great, but a lot of the features are in place. At a high level, it looks kind of like Dota, right? If you just do the lo-fi render. And we've got a few other sims as well that I've been working on in the past couple of months. Let me see if I can find some of them. Let's see. So we've got... so much dev. Okay, we've got this big particle sim that runs super fast and lets you implement a bunch of basic tasks. We've got particle sims that look like this. We've got... where's the other one? The other one I was really happy with was Snake, because it's a really nice demo of the tech. Okay, yeah, this. So this is basically Slither.io. It's multi-agent Snake up to 4096 players I've tried it with. 4096 agents, I should say, not players. You can play it, though. You can play it against the AIs or with the AIs. And the cool thing about it is that it runs at about 10 million steps per second, single thread, and it trains at over 1 million steps per second. And the infra that is used in this is pretty much the exact same as the infra I use for everything else, and it scales incredibly well. Yeah, here's an example. This is like gigantic Snake. That's not Python, right? It's Python, so not far off. It looks like Python, but it runs in pure C. Yeah, there's a really simple tech stack. In fact, here, I'll link it to you. All this is open source in Puffer. Python is really nice. Let me show you. You're going to be stunned at how simple this is. This is all it takes to do ultra high perf engineering. So 230 lines of Python. That's it. Pretty much looks like Python, except it runs stupidly fast. I've been using that stack for everything now, and it's really, really good. Like the MOBA, the whole MOBA, the like mini Dota, is only like 1,300 lines of Python. Waiting on Mojo. I actually think that Python is way better. Mojo is a language replacement, whereas Python is an extension language. Python has really nice interoperability, compiles to pure C, or transpiles and then compiles from pure C. Has some really good killer features with the way that they interact with NumPy arrays. Makes it really easy to have structured data in Python and then mirror that data into C. So you can edit that data in C at C speed and have it be mirrored, everything updated to Python without having to copy the data, and have it be all very simple to do. So yeah, one of the plans for what I want to do in the next month or so, because I'm polishing up all these environments, they're in dev, but to release formally. So one of the things I want to do is I want to get it, it's already really easy, but I want to make it like ridiculously easy for basically anybody who knows how to code decently well to add ultra high performance simulators for Puffer. So, if you think about something on the order of complexity of Snake, about the same as like an Atari game, right? If you can write 300 lines of Python, plus maybe a little Python wrapper, and just have a stupidly high performance sim that you can do RL on at a million steps per second on one GPU, right? That could be a way that we can scale a lot of this stuff up, because there are a lot of environments out there in reinforcement learning, but now with all this stuff, like none of them are fast enough to be usable. Like everything needs to now be 100 times faster than it was before with the levels of performance we're getting these days. Oh, so that's what I've been up to. Thanks for dropping by. Really funny that somebody watched my thesis like 8 times, because I've done that with like stuff I've been really into before, and it's funny to have that happen with some of my own stuff. So cool. Started working on trading bots. It's a good way to lose a lot of money. A year ago, I decided to focus on purely RL for it. Careful. It's a good way to lose a lot of money very quickly. Pretty much everybody in RL has thought about doing this at some point. Um, but yeah, definitely be careful. Group trading behavior. To be fair, if I ever wanted to get finance people like interested in this stuff, yeah, I would just roll like a trading sim thing as an environment. It would probably only take a few days. Terrible manual trader. Bot side has been pretty solid. All right. Yeah, the thing that's always sketchy to me with the automated trading is like you're playing an asymmetric information game. The funds have more data than you. They have way, way, way more data because they pay for it. They've got like real time geolocation data of people. They know how many people are in the factories. They know all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Slightly less efficient market for now. Well, yeah, for now. Not paying millions for centimeter length. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Why does this look like I have it correct? This really looks like I have it correct. But I don't think I do. Hmm. Oh, also, if you're looking for cool RL stuff to read, I can tell you layer configurations, no worries. If you're looking for some fun posts, some of them are serious, some of them less so. Can I link these? I don't know if I can link all of them directly, but if you just, I'll link my my Twitter. If you just click on like the articles tab, I've got like a bunch of stuff on here. Some of them are serious, some of them less so, but there's some RL content for you there. And let me move this so I can see. So do you mind the layer configurations? Agents had access to a market to sell and buy things. Each agent have a specific model. It's they had some layers for it. It's the way that I did the market, honestly, in Neural MMO was kind of jank. It was the network was way too big for the market. It was actually one of the big screw ups. Um, there is some. I actually do have some work coming out on this very soon, and there have been some follow ups to Neural MMO as well. Um, Basically, I had this attentional thing where you would treat all of the items as vectors, right? Like all the items had different properties, and you would do embeddings for all the different properties and combine them, and you get a vector representing each item. And then you would have to do an intentional thing over all the different items in order to like select which one you wanted to buy and stuff. And that was just really hard to learn and was really jank. So I think that coming up it's going to be a lot simpler, but there are definitely issues. Like one of the really hard things learning a market inside of a simulator like this is that if they don't learn to buy a specific item and sell a specific item early on, like the network can just collapse to never using that subset of actions. So you want to have all that the action space always be used, which is kind of hard. I haven't really found a great way around that yet. Um, yeah, so I don't really have any magic for this. You can look at if you want something ridiculously complicated that would probably work if done very well. You can look up Entity Gym and Entity Neural Networks. Clemens has a really good blog post on this. But frankly, that sort of architecture is just too hard to do efficiently, general purpose for now. And it's also quite slow. So I'm generally, what I've been doing lately is I've been using way simpler architectures and just cranking on data, like million step per second training, and that's been going really well. Early usage is the full action space is important. Yep, that happens a lot. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. Smaller networks, higher steps per second. Yep, that's what I've been doing lately. All of my new projects have like a minimum 500,000 steps per second train at this point. Like we're like 100 times faster than my PhD stuff in the span of 3 months. Yeah. We actually get a million plus for many of the environments, and it's probably going to be all of the environments a million plus train single GPU soon. And the simulators all run over a million per CPU core, not per machine, per CPU core. And some of the simulators run like several million, some of them 10 million plus per core. That Snake environment is 10 million plus per core and trains at over a million. Python multiprocessing. I am using Python multiprocessing, but I also have vectorization in Python. So the Python has efficient ways to run multiple environments on the same process, and then Python's the multiprocessing. But I also actually, if you want like a really nice piece of content, read this. Hey, we got our first citation from the GPU drive paper. That's cool. This is the pufferlib paper. This has some stuff in it that like just has not been done in RL before. And this is how puffer is so fast. Like the perf stuff, this shows like 10x improvements in a lot of cases, and it's actually better than 10x because what happens is as the environments get faster, Gym gets slower, but puffer gets faster. It's kind of cool. So we have a lot of cool stuff in here. But yeah, pretty much I've just been doing, I've been building all this stuff. I got bored, so I started doing it live, and that's what I've been doing lately. RL is going to be very, very different very, very soon. Can I donate? If you want to help the project out, just star it, follow the Twitter. I really just need the organic growth at this point. Like, the plan for Puffer is to keep everything free and open source. And then if companies, the goal is to get this stuff so widely used that companies are going to want extras, and then I will charge them for support contracts and like priority access to like, features ahead of time or whatever, stuff like that. That's the current plan. Yeah. I also this is gonna be like there's gonna be a lot of community open source stuff as well. Are you training this local? There's an article on that. One of the articles I linked to. This is the Puffer cluster. This is the Puffer cluster. It's nothing fancy. It's just 8 desktops, but it works ridiculously well. Each of these boxes is 3 times faster than one of Stability's 8x100 nodes for a lot of RL workloads. Yeah, these things are fast. They each have a 4090 and a high-end CPU, and when you get bottlenecked by CPU a lot in RL, yeah. So, this was the other little investment I made into Puffer. No, they're Intel. I actually think that I probably will go AMD next, because I got burned really bad by the Intel chip stuff. Right, all the Intel, this gen of Intel chips being bad. I got 4 bad chips. Yeah, so I've got to mess with some stuff. This one here on the end needs to be sent back to factory. Probably this one as well. Yeah. I know, I got 4 and 8 is bad. It's okay, though. But yeah, really for people trying to do cool stuff with RL lately, the plan is to just make it easier and easier to do with Puffer. And then my hope is that I'll be doing, first party, I'll be deving a whole bunch of environments. And then hopefully we'll get people contributing even more environments here as well. Like I've been streaming this stuff a bunch, and there's one guy on YouTube who already has a pretty darn good fast version of Breakout with Puffer that's like 10x plus faster than the original, and we're going to make it even better than that. Somebody else I think is starting on Tetris. I think they might have started that yesterday. We're going to have a lot of environments for this stuff. It'll be nice. I saw you using Wannabe. Why do you like it versus like TensorBoard? Never really liked TensorBoard, to be honest. And Wannabe has the really nice thing with Wannabe is the sweeps integration and such. So another thing I've been doing is I've got Carbs, which is Imbue AI's ultra, well, freaking amazing hyperparameter search algorithm, frankly. Pufferlib is the only one that has this integrated with any sort of like logging like this. So we actually can do ridiculously good hyperparameter sweeps and log them to Wannabe. This is a bad example here. This is like a workaround for an environment that's breaking. Let me see if I can find one. Of course, I have 100 that are bad now, but like here, this one's probably good. Okay, so here's Enduro, which is an Atari env, right? Here's 94 enduro runs. Here's the hyperparameter sweep. So over time, how much better it gets. Here are all the different hyperparameters that were chosen. We can see like stable regions and stuff. We can see correlations. And we have all this very nicely done. When I look at it, I've actually been pretty busy over the last couple months, as it turns out. The more I think about it. Because pretty much none of this existed like 2-3 months ago. It's been busy. Weird, yeah. It's been good, at least. I don't know. I've done this. I've kept in really good shape. I haven't done anything else. But, those are two good things to be doing. Yeah, no worries. It's kind of crazy how much the thesis video blew up. I wasn't expecting that. I kind of just put it on YouTube for archival sake. Like I posted it on X, and then I said, okay, I'll throw it on YouTube for archival sake, and then it just totally blew up there. I said, maybe I should post more stuff like that. I should probably just post me going through some of the articles on YouTube as well, because like people don't know that these exist, right? I mean, some of these are kind of silly. This one is sort of reasonable. This one is actually a really good one. This one is very silly, but it's fun. And then this one is like, this one is quite serious. This one is very serious, yeah. Yes? You can ask about architecture stuff, sure. The architecture, again, like a lot of this stuff is now just in Puffer. You can just look at it. I promise you, the code is really simple. Like, people ask me stuff because they're like, well, there's probably a ton of code and a ton of stuff that'll be hard for me to understand. There isn't. I write, like, look, I will prove to you right now how dead simple this is. Okay, here's the snake env, here's ocean. Open up torch. Oh, look, here's the snake model. It's like, what's that? One screen of code? Here you go. It's a sequential. It has a conv, a linear layer, a actor, and a value head. And then the one other thing is that there's an LSTM wrapper. So there's an LSTM that goes between encode and decode. That's it. All of my stuff is just PPO. Oh, this thing? So the reason for this is because it's really easy to shoot yourself in the foot with the data shapes. I hate wrappers too. Here. I absolutely hate wrappers, but this one actually sort of makes sense. So here's the LSTM wrapper. All it does is it does this really annoying reshape for you, and then it calls your policy encode, and it does the really annoying reshape. It does the recurrent, it does the annoying reshape, and then it does decode. So these operations are really easy to get wrong, which is why I made this wrapper. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. But here's another way to put it. Like, the entire end-to-end training stack for something like the SnakeEnv is 400 for the environment, plus vectorization adds, let's say, another 600-ish, 1,000 plus 1,000 for train. So 2,000 lines is the whole depth of the architecture. From implementing the sim to the algorithm, everything is like 2,000. Yeah, so that's why I did that LSTM wrapper, so nobody would ever have to do that again. And it just works. It works on everything. We use LSTMs by default on like every single env now because it's so easy. There will also be more long form content on my YouTube. I'm going to, my current plan is I'm going to make one video on Puffer. I'm going to make one video. It's going to be very accessible on Puffer and like on all of my thoughts on reinforcement learning and like where I see stuff going and, what's wrong with the field, how I'm fixing it. And if that video does well, I will make more. If it does not do well, I will not make more videos because they do take a lot of time. And I would rather be coding. But I am pretty much, if this is the first time you've seen the stream, I'm actually live on here pretty much every day. Like 5 days a week at least. The one exception will be I'm taking a few days off next week to go run. For these systems, are you storing experiences to train on? No. The simulators are so fast you don't store anything. You get the data, you train, you throw it away, you get new data. Are you storing a state in it? Okay, yes, you do get state. You store the LSTM state, but that's it. System uses the last 50 states. No, we just have the last, we have not the last state, we have the last learned state, right? The LSTM state, not the environment state. So what you're doing there is you have a fixed window, whereas what we have is a soft window with the LSTM, right? The LSTM just learns to remember whatever it wants, and maybe it does it well, maybe it doesn't, but we don't stack like 50 observations. Well, I mean, think about what an LSTM does, right? An LSTM takes in the observation, it encodes it into a latent vector, and then it will learn to keep or throw away whatever information on every step it wants from that vector. So you can kind of think of an LSTM as like sort of like a soft memory window, right? Where it will just learn to store whatever it needs, but it won't have explicit access to all the data directly. Soft window is not a term. I just like, that's kind of what it is. This is really weird. This like actually looks correct to me. Sum.item. Hmm. Second revision of the system was building, removed the input history and only kept a state history of the network. Validated better data. I mean, you can look at the way we do this with we just have the LSTM and the puffer code. It's very basic. Just having the LSTM only gets contacts via states. Well, this is the way I like to think of it. A one-layer LSTM with PPO solves DOTA. So if your problem is simpler than DOTA, and you have a ton of data, you're probably good. That's my reductive version. Hey, what's up, Bet? Not box 4. Is it down again or did it never get rebooted? It's down again. It got rebooted. Okay, so we're shipping both of them. Stop railroading. Yeah, no worries. Goes down when I'm not even using it. Okay. Well, I will tell, let me tell Rob. Okay. Did you ever resolve the Madrona issue? Well, we got it running on GPU and it trains at 250,000 steps per second. So yes, I made their whole training 5 times faster. I've let the guy know that no, it's not that you need to use GPU. Actually, that wasn't it at all. Nice try though. It was a lot of pain and suffering and cursed things that needed to be fixed. Yeah, so I'll follow up with them next week. I'll try to get it sent in. It's not going to matter if they get sent in at the start of the week or the end of the week because the microcode patch is not going to be out for another week. But likely I'm not going to be doing anything on Monday or Tuesday because of Marathon. I'm probably going to just be in excruciating pain and sleeping a lot. Yes. MSI is testing microcode already. It's going to take a little longer, though, for that to percolate to, like, main gear, isn't it? Well, we'll see. I thought that they didn't ship it yet, Linky. Did they ship it down to, like, They didn't ship it down to vendors yet, did they? Why did my thing just go down? I don't know why my container just went down. They sent it to That's to manufacturers, not to, like, distributors, right? Like, main gear's not going to have it for another couple weeks, right? Um, okay, here we go. Main gear will have to get it from Manus. Okay. So yeah, we're good. Then it'll go out, say Wednesday or Thursday, we'll have it shipped. Oh, and for reference, if you're still here, these two folks here are on the Pokemon project, which is another thing that we're doing. We're trying to solve Pokemon Red with reinforcement learning, so lots of open source stuff around Puffer. It's going very well, actually. I don't know if you saw that one. That video really blew up on YouTube. Not mine, but like 2 weeks after P-Dubs posted that, I started helping with it and been sponsoring compute and stuff for it ever since. It's going very well. Really, that's all I can take credit for, though, these days, because Bet and Linky and a couple other devs have really been leading the day-to-day on that. I'd like to be doing more in that project, but so much to do. It's a very well done video. The only thing I can think about is that maybe I have this done signal wrong. This actually is correct. How is controlled agent mask? Oh, this is right. Yeah, this is right. Agent mask is. So, there's some padding in this simulator, and also agents can die. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm only recording logs for real agents when they die. And something is weird, and I don't know what, because the metrics that I'm getting don't really make sense. Yeah. Basically that. Oh. Well, that'll do it. Dope. How the hell did I do that? I don't even know how I managed to do that. Well, I indexed wrong. I didn't realize there were 3 dimensions. Do, 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 do. Well, I'm happy. We chatted about a little bit, but we got stuff done still. I figured it out. We're on track for today. I was afraid this was gonna end up being like a full day stupid bug. It really doesn't happen that much for me anymore, I gotta say. Especially when I'm working in my own code bases. I actually very, very rarely spend large amounts of times on simple large amount of time on simple bugs. It's gotten so much better over the years. But every so often you just have to work with something that's just like got stuff that's screwy. This one was a simple bug and didn't take very long. I'm going to give myself a little bit of an advantage here and do 64 worlds. And so I basically think that I've had this thing working the whole time. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the curve looks like. This is why I should have rendered it. Every single time you should render. This is what happens the one time I'm lazy. Did I not do dash dash track on this? Good catch. Competent at Python. Competent at programming in general. It's all the same. It's actually really funny. In the last year or so, the method of programming that I've converged upon is so utterly brain dead simple that you kind of can't do anything bad with it. It requires you to not think about any abstractions whatsoever because you just don't use any, and it works in any programming language because you don't need any fancy features for it. It's like intentionally stupid and it works. And just look at any of the code that I've written lately, you'll see. Okay, so this isn't great. But it might go back up, because I remember these curves being weird. Hey, Nathan. I kind of, like, go look at some of the... Just go look at, like, the MOBA code or anything. It's just, like, one file Cython of Cython with no abstractions whatsoever. It's just, like, brain-dead procedural code, and it works incredibly well. Did you start on the, you were doing the Tetris end, right, Nathan, did you start on that? What he means is having an intricate understanding. I mean, can't say it doesn't help, right? Okay, so this don't work. Maybe I go find a good... Maybe what we'll do is we'll go find a good set of hyperparameters from my sweep before. Started with Pong. Pong is good. Almost there with the end. Awesome. Wait, did you actually do, like, the acceleration and stuff? Because the Pong, like, acceleration stuff is... It's not just, like... There is acceleration. It's not just nothing. But hey, that's awesome to see people making new M's in, like, a couple of days. That's really cool. Should set this to wall clock, right? Why can't I click on this? I should be able to click this. You mean the ball acceleration? Yeah. You might have to go, like, actually find the... Like, the original Pong code for that. I don't know if it is simple. This one looks good. Are these sane hyperparameters? Let's say, or are these just jank? Size. These actually look pretty sane to me. Maybe we try these? You don't want it going crazy fast? Well, you want it going crazy fast if you win on the next swing. Yeah, GAE lambda's low, but the rest of them are sane. It's got 512 worlds, which is the fastest setting. I also love that this M just seg faults. Isn't that great? I love it when M's just seg fault on you. I don't know if this is actually good. We'll see. So this says to use a batch size of pretty low. BPT horizon is 4, which is a little sketchy, but maybe is fine. Clip coefficient. Entropy. Three update epochs is a little disappointing. These hyperparams are non-standard. What's non-standard? You're basing your experience off of Pokemon. Update epochs is not standard 3. It depends on the speed of stuff. You generally can get away with just like if your data is free, so your data gen is just immediate, you can often get away with just having one update epoch, so you churn through more fresh data faster, but not always. Welcome, YouTube folks. Miscellaneous stream day. We're starting with trying to get some reasonable results out of GPU drive, push a couple fixes, and then we're probably going to mess with Atari a little bit, try to make it super fast, try to like get our nice sets of hyperparams, and we'll probably do some stuff with the MOBA and try to get the ELO system working. Okay, so these hyperparams do not work. I think that what's likely happened is just the yeah, what would have happened is the data just wouldn't have been particularly meaningful. So I'll have to rerun a sweep. Can we at least render this once? No, because it requires me to nuke my local container and like install the new one. That's why. I'm not just being stubborn. We'll do that after I have made sure that I have like there's like a side repo for Dota that I want to make sure I have synced and a few other things. I want to make sure I don't lose anything. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do tmux attach. Nope, tmux. We'll run this jank sweep. And we'll see what it does. All right. So that's us covered on this side of things. Anything cool? Okay. We get a little bit of notice on this. It's nice. All the GPU drive stuff is available, by the way. So if you want to play with it, as per this post, it's in Puffer Tank. It's in just the dev branch, but there's a lot of setup, so I would suggest using our container. It's a pain to set up yourself. That's why I did this. But yeah, this exact thing, this is going to be the whole deal with Puffer, is that it's going to be anytime something new comes out like this, it'll be literally 3 days before it's 10 times as fast. That's how easy it is with Puffer. That's the goal. Freaking crazy prop. It's 1047 nut jobs. Fast is good because you don't have to wait around forever or have millions of dollars of compute to do research. Exactly. Fast as Tesla. Makes you go fast. Paint it red. It's even faster. Yeah, that's good. Then you get the speed upgrade, right? Okay. Okay, this change was needed. Right, I remember where we were with this before. Okay. I think we should merge the MOBA code, right? With dev. Let's do that so that people can have the latest MOBA code. Should be ready. If not, I'll fix it. And kind of just how I look at it, right? Nice little PR. Okay, so now I can say that everything is easy to get in the dev branch. Very nice. And if we go back to first of all. If we go back to the pufferlib directory here, I look for MOBA. Was this the 20 bill run? Yeah. So the most recent run of the MOBA, I did 20 billion steps. How long did that take us, just for fun? Less than 10 hours for 20 billion steps. Not even optimized, mind you. We have not even fully optimized this. 20 billion steps in 10 hours. Just really for fun. And I don't know, it was kind of interesting. It looks like they were doing something for a while and then something just sort of stopped. Because there's like this inflection point. Yeah, 2 bill steps an hour. Get with the times. That's like a minimum. Hmm. So we can see that there's some instability, right? There's clearly instability because it's actually learning very well here. And then it stops taking towers. It's very odd that it still gets XP. I guess maybe it's still doing some stuff, but not really much. Can this be applied to some real-world ends? If you have a really good simulator that's really fast, then yes. So the entropy, this is not really an entropy crash because 5 is still high entropy. But then it goes back up to like, Well, here's your issue, right? The value loss explodes. Yeah, value loss explodes. And if I recall, I think that there were some really stupid hyperparameters on this with the value loss. Yeah, that's jank. Is the learning rate way too... I think they're doing some weird thing where it's like learning very aggressively and then just like clipping the value function down like crazy. So yeah, we'll have to run a new sweep on this for sure. It's kind of odd to me that this was any good in the first place, though. I guess it's because the runs were just not as long, so it is good for the first billion steps or so. Funny how these automated sweeps do stuff like this. We could just run it for a billion and see what happens. That won't take long, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to work on stuff in the meantime. Let me see. So 1 billion with batch size 2 million. We would want checkpoints every 50 steps, right? If we want to get ourselves a nice set of checkpoints every 100 mil. So we'll set checkpoint interval to 200. Or to 50, right? Checkpoint interval from 200. Checkpoint. Ew, where's checkpoint interval? Oops. 50, not 200. All right. And yeah. 1 billion steps. This will also get us data to use with our ELO system. Stream is doing well today. Welcome, folks. All the stuff I'm working on is freely available. There's docs at Puffer.ai GitHub.io. There's some cool RL articles there as well. And all this stuff is freely available in the dev branch of Pufferlib. If you want to support my work for free, just start on the way in. Helps me a whole bunch. Back to dev. So we've got let's see. So first of all, do we have anything? Let's get some tabs open for these experiments that we're going to be monitoring. Okay, so we're going to want to watch this one. And then we're going to want to watch carbs. Watch your carbs, I say, while eating a chocolate chip cookie technically on a cut. We're getting much more variance in the solutions, but nothing great just yet out of the sweep. But that's fine. It could take a while. So we have a fair number of things to do in the meantime. Things I'm working on. I'll give you the high level briefly. So basically the whole plan for Puffer, for like the next big thing that Puffer does, it all revolves around high quality simulations and really good hyperparameter sweeps. I think that RL can just go way, way, way farther than people think just off of those two things. If you have the high perf sims, we can train at 500k to 1,000,000 FPS. We can run really aggressive hyperparameter sweeps, and we can just find really, really good settings. So in order for this to all work, I wanted to show the field, first of all, on a benchmark that they will understand and respect, that this actually is effective. So I got Atari up to 30,000 train steps per second. For reference, the default in a lot of libraries is like 3,000. Optimized, sometimes you get 10 or something, but still a huge performance increment. So I have run sweeps on those, and we have some good hyperparameters to look at. And we're going to have to figure out how I want to deal with and manage those. It's going to require a little bit of tweaking to the way that I manage hyperparameters. Probably don't want to do that on stream now because it's pretty boring. But I do have sweeps for the 7 classic Atari environments, and they all do at least reasonably well. And many of them do very, very well, like way better than any of the other baselines, just off of the better hyperparam sweeps. You have to get the scores to get it. Yeah, we have the scores though. I mean, we either have the scores already for M's, or we will have the scores, because like they're publishing scores on 200 million frames that takes them a week to run or whatever. So if I actually just bump up the experiment length, then we'll have those as well. Because the curves are very clear for the shorter experiments that we have, that we're very, very efficient there. So that is something that we're going to be looking at for sure. I would also like to be able to, the only two things I want to do with the hyperparameter system at the moment is I want to make it so that you can more easily download hyperparameters from WANDB, as well as have different sets of hyperparameters for different EMs in the same benchmark. So like different hyperparameters for different Atari EMs. Those are the only two things that I think need to be added. I don't want to do that today because that's pretty boring. The other big thing that is preventing us from making a ton of forward progress is the lack of an ELO rating system. And what I mean by that is I don't actually have any way of telling if this is doing well or not, right? Like, I can see it's playing the game and, like, they're winning. It looks like Radiant is winning way more than Dire for some reason, but they're winning. And I can look at rewards and stuff, but, like, it's a PvP game, right? So, if both teams are really good, then the metrics are going to look the same as if both teams are really bad. So I can see that they're learning to do something, like the tower reward is going up and stuff. They're definitely like destroying towers and the reward's going up, but I don't know how much. So that's what the ELO system is going to be for. So as soon as this thing finishes, what we're going to do is we're going to take all the checkpoints from the runs here. I'm going to copy these locally, and we're going to figure out how to get ELO ratings integrated with Puffer. It's a little bit finicky, but I think I came up with a decent way of doing it. And I think that that's going to really be the main piece for the MOBA. Like, that'll help us balance it. We'll just be running some experiments, and then that'll put us in a pretty good spot. I have a couple other sims as well. If I were to do, like, the major action items, though, it's like there's a little bit of stuff on the sim API, there's a little bit of stuff on configs, there's a little bit of stuff on experiments to run, a little bit of stuff on ELO, and that's about it. My bad idea is to just monitor more metrics doesn't work. There's no way to tell relative skill in a game as complicated as Dota without Elo. I don't think I understand what Puffer is. So, Puffer is my attempt to make all the things that are hard and painful in reinforcement learning, that are hard, painful, and slow, easy, painless, and fast. So, we have a set of very high performance sims. We have a set of infrastructure that works with both our sims and with any other sims, like any existing environments, that make it easier to run more copies of those environments faster. We have optimized training code that is quite fast and provides lots and lots of log metrics. We have integration with WANDB sweeps to do automatic hyperparameter tuning. And we have nice pre-built images that make it easy to manage dependencies for a lot of common environments as well. So it's just a set of tools that makes reinforcement learning a lot easier to deal with. The project was really started off of this one insight where I found a way to make it easy to work with complex environments. I found like a way to write a wrapper that makes it really, really easy to just make your RL work with anything. Vectorization and clean RL to do RL really fast. Yeah, kind of. I mean, if you work in RL or are interested in RL, the best sales pitch I can give you for Puffer is to just say try it, because it's very, very quick and easy to do so. And once you start using the tools, you'll kind of see all the rough edges that we've sanded off compared to the rest of stuff out there. Okay, so this is very nice. And in fact, this guarantees that we'll have good data because we'll have a checkpoint, a checkpoint, a checkpoint. Let's actually start grabbing checkpoints, so we can start working on stuff here. Yeah, we're good. So I have a custom env. I'm able to plug it into Puffer and do some cool agent training. It does faster parallelization, which gives faster training. Yep. You get faster parallelization. You get some of our implementations, which make a lot of the things that are hard in RL easier. We have really easy LSTM integration. Right? We have really nice hyperparameter sweeps. We have really nice local stat monitoring. Lots of just nice lightweight tools. And it makes it a lot faster at the same time as well. Generally, I try to get people to come to Puffer for the speed, and then you stay for all the convenience of everything. So it's faster than what else is, like the other stuff that's out there. And then you start using it and you see that it's actually a lot easier and more convenient as well. What checkpoints are? Well, this is just a niche. This is like a niche thing. It's unrelated to his question. These are just like different snapshots of the model over training. I need these to evaluate ELO. So for this project I'm working on right now, I need to know how much better, like what's the win rate of one of these models versus another. That's what I'm about to start on. We're having multiple conversations, yeah. I mean, if you want to try out Puffer, there's a Docker you can just pull, and you get a full dev environment, complete with all sorts of common M's. Okay. Puffer slash Mhm. Really? Oh, slash home? Is it really? Um, there we go. So now we have our checkpoints. And where's our ELO stuff? Pull. Okay. So we're gonna try to get the elo code working on these checkpoints essentially. This run looks pretty good. I guess the hyperparam sweep was right. These crazy hyperparameters do work. They're just unstable after you train for a bit with them. It's a crazy set of hyperparameters. It's kind of cool that automated tuning can find those, though. That's like a psychotic set of hyperparameters. No researcher would ever manually discover those. Let's see if this does anything. Oh yeah, it does do stuff. That's sweet. This actually does stuff. Okay. So, yeah, these models actually win games. We do need to do update elos. What happened here? So we have elos, we have scores. -1.5. Or I. -0.5. Okay, so we forgot to update in place. You can't do dict object is not callable. -43. Oh, I see. You can't choose the trainer state. Okay, look at that. You actually start getting ELO updates. Running single core on one CPU. Not taking any towers is a little weird. You can do an early cutoff. Towers taken. So what I want to do is I want to come up with like if no tower is taken for a bit, we'll just cut out early because some of the early models are just so bad that they just don't do anything. Hmm. So if you don't take a tower for 2,000 time steps, which is probably very short, but we'll start with this. We'll see what happens. See, they take time. They take towers pretty quick. Mm-hmm. And then it didn't take a tower for 2,000 steps, right? Yeah. Cool. So this actually works. We have to polish it up. And it has to work for multiple, but eval.rollouts. Hmm. I'm trying to think how I want to structure this. First of all, how's this going? Oh, this is going very interestingly. Look at this. You got this linear growth here, which means that they found a nice policy. The rewards are still going up, which means that it's getting better at farming. Overall rewards going up. Yeah, this is quite good. I don't know why Radiant does so much better than Dire. That's kind of weird, but I don't know. So the way I'm going to want to do this, right, is dot reset. Hmm. Let's just do it easy for now. Thinking is hard. Yeah. Paths. Turn. Um, and init elos. This needs a pointer. Pointer. I don't know why I'm putting this in a class. This really doesn't need to be in a class. Really bad habit, hard to break. Okay. So we have this elos thing. Oh, you also... Does this even make sense? The way I'm doing this? Oh, yes it does. But it should be load 2 policies, right? Not load 1 policy? Yeah, but here's the thing. Classes actually are not great, okay? They only seem great because you have OOP hammered into your brain, like the moment you start programming. The real reason, actually, I know the real reason. The real reason is that Python doesn't have a nice struct data type. If Python had a nice struct data type, I'd use it. Really, the only thing I want in Python that we don't have is I just want a frickin' struct. There really isn't a good one. I think it's actually one of the only languages that doesn't have a struct as well. Most languages do. So I think that the reason I made it like this is because my intent was to have this thing run on the current policy that you have. Okay, I see the issue here. So you need to know you need to know how good a policy is. Yeah, you need to know how good a policy is as you're training it. So this does make sense the way that I've done it. And then all I will have to do is we will do elos self.elos main 1000. Mine. And then we'll just do elos here. This has to be elos equals self.elos of the checkpoint. Path. Okay. Path. Self dot. Yeah, we'll see if this does it. Okay. Certain players equals length of score. What happened here? Assertion error. It doesn't make sense, right? Oh, self.elos. I have it wrong. So elos. Self.elos. Cool. Let's see if this does anything. And also we want to print self.elos, not elos. Which we did do. Oh, I see. So elos is going to be update elos, and then elos self.elos of mine is going to be elos of 0, and self.elos of path is equal to elos of 1. Cool. Now we'll actually see the games. Yep. And we can see. Very nice. Now we have to restructure all this a little bit. I have some better ideas. Just need to take a second, refresh, wake myself up. We also have all of these policies available now, which is very nice. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to Reward started going down at the end. You can see this is the last estimate. So interestingly, this isn't super stable. But we'll actually, this is kind of good because we'll see this in the evaluation. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick second to download these policies. As buffer box. Perfect. PT. PT not pi. Okay. Why did that not copy? Oh. Cool. And now I copy them. And this should actually be a nicely spread out set of ELOs for us to analyze. Yep. Perfect. So I'm going to take myself, I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to be back, and then what we're going to do is we're going to get a really nice ELO evaluation module for this. Just going to be for this Dota game for now, but we'll figure out how to build that out later. We're going to make sure it works. We're going to make it very easy and clean and fast, and then we will see how to integrate this with actually the training runs so that we can get ELO over the course of training as a live metric and then for use in sweeps. Back in a minute. All right. What? HI. That's funny. Cute commercial. What the heck messages did I miss? Oh, silly. Nothing. We weren't. Nah, nothing ever happens. It's okay. Nothing ever happens, right? We're gonna do some cool stuff now. I just gotta wake myself up enough to do it. The one thing I've concluded for this week, from this week, is I'm no less tired when I don't run a ridiculous amount than when I do, so I may as well run a ridiculous amount. Black iced coffee. Uh-oh. Do we have reviews? Jesus. Academia's cursed, man. One sec. Let me just check something real quick. If I were to throw in some types, if you contribute code that has types, that's okay. If you're just gonna go randomly type the whole thing in pufferlib, then no. I'm not gonna take a PR that's just like, let's type all of pufferlib. See you, Linky. Let me just check something. Neurup's reviews are out, and apparently they're horseshit. Let me see. Wow. Let me see. What's the review system this year? Yeah, I'm no, this is it. This is basically what we this is basically, I didn't even think it could possibly be that bad. That's insane. Um Actually, Pufferlib did the best of any of the papers. But the fact that, hold on. This one I'm allowed to show because it's my paper and it's single blind. This is wrong. This is also wrong. Okay. So the fact that somebody can have a 3 review on a repo that has taken off like a rocket in the last 3 months, that demonstrably accelerates the entire field by anywhere from 2 to 100x is insane. Is absolutely insane. The other 2 are 6 reviews at least. But yeah, that's crazy. And the other papers are even worse. Now, I mean, this is basically what I needed to just convince me that the whole academic system is broken. I will no longer be submitting conference papers. That's my last conference cycle. Well done, academia. I'm out. No more papers. I don't even know how it's possible to be that dumb. I literally don't even know how it's possible to be that fucking stupid. It's crazy to me. It's actually crazy to me. It's like I used to think of academia as the place where, you could come up with crazy new ideas that wouldn't be supported by industry, but it's not. Academia is where new ideas go to die. Oh, here's going to be the best part. There's a decent shot that at least one of these gets into NeurIPS. We'll see. Um, but if none of these get into NeurIPS, I'm not going to go. I'm just not going to go. I mean, if you hate progress so much, why bother? I didn't go to RLC this year because a language model rejected my paper on Pufferlib, and then the chairs just completely botched it. Literally, reviewer fed my paper into a language model. Language model made up a bunch of untrue statements about my paper, submitted it as review, and the chairs would not do anything about it. They wouldn't even assure me that the guy that did that would be sanctioned. Like, if I did that at MIT, if I like sabotage somebody's paper like that, I would be expelled. They won't do a damn thing. Academia is broken. No, that never got resolved. They sent me one email and then blew me off. And I haven't caused a shitstorm about it on Twitter because, I know some of the organizers and they're great guys, I respect them, but it's I'm not going to be part of this anymore. It's a shit show. Like, I have better things to do with my life. Yeah. Like, tooling is a thankless enough job as it is. Like, you don't need to make it any worse. Like, I'm out. I'm going to keep building all this stuff and, specific labs. If you want to use it, that's great. I'll support academic stuff, sure, but I'm not spending my time writing papers to deal with this bullshit system. It's a waste. Oh, geez, those IEEE conferences are so annoying. COG is cool. Like, COG is a cool conference. The IEEE conferences are so annoying because they have like ridiculous fees on stuff. In Portugal as well? Jeez. Let's see how this did. 2 hours from the beach with the biggest wave. I've done enough traveling that I'm kind of like grumpy old man status now, and I just like, don't want to go anywhere, don't want to do anything. Kind of just want to sit around, code, run, lift, stay in shape. That's about it. Let me uh let me just message cuz I like the sad thing is with the neural MMO ones, we have so many people on those. Those papers were like thousands upon thousands of hours of work. Let me let me check this. Hold on, where's... I had a message on this. So sad. Let me see. I also don't want to go anywhere. It's not even the money for me. I just straight up don't want to do stuff. Experience have not been game changing enough to validate. I mean, they have been good. A lot of them have been good. I've gotten like a lot of my network from them for sure, but it's just like I'm not going to go to a conference where I'm not presenting something, and if they're going to just make it this ridiculous, right? Oh geez, the crypto ones, yeah, no, like NeurIPS and stuff. The thing is, crypto has the problem that AI is now starting to have, where like that's where all the shills and like random influencer bros went, and now they're all hopping on over to and then they went to like Web3, and now they're coming over to AI, and they just they just smear everything. Unfortunate. I don't even know how the hell. Seriously though, like this should really it's kind of this thing where this was really demotivating. Like I had such confidence in my work when I was a newer researcher. So like I was definitely the exception where this got to me less than most people, but seriously like it's just gotten ridiculous at this point and it's beyond question. How do you look at a paper with a chart like this, right? How do you look at a paper with a chart like this where we have support for, look, all these environments tested like this, right? All these environments, it's several times faster on some of the biggest environments out there, several times, several fold speed up, and say, nah, this isn't useful. Yeah, only supports it. They literally is only supports like Atari and like NetHack or whatever. Like, no, those were the two that I happened to change the flag in the demo code. Like, we literally have demo code for all of them. I swear these people do not read papers anymore. I swear it's language models. Like, I'd better hope it's a language model because otherwise I don't know how it's possible that people are this stupid. How do you see a chart like this and think this is not a useful tool, right? How do you see a chart like this, a web page like this, well documented, right? All sorts of stuff, all sorts of updates, active, right? GitHub like this. This is the growth on the GitHub. People are using it. You have really easy demos. You have containerized code. You've got packages released, right? You've got all sorts of demo scripts. How do you go through this and then say, nah, this isn't useful? How? Right? I mean, it's just like, it's like the clearest possible, it's not me, it's you, right? Absolutely insane. Why do pufferfish scare you? They're not like poisonous, like they'll bite you and they'll poison you. They're not like snakes, right? You can even, like, it's not like if they poke you, you'll get poisoned either. It's just don't eat them. Oh, I see. You're where. I see. You are memeing, okay. But yeah, potential rationale. They're very friendly. They're actually very, very friendly creatures. They'll come up to you. They're all curious. They're friendly. Um, let's see. Well, let's work on this. Wait. I should send a message that we should sync up on this. Jeez. I'm kind of just baffled. The thing is, the reviews they've gotten worse in the past as well. Like, they've gotten worse with LLMs. Like, we should just cancel the conferences at this point. There's no point. My advisor and I have very, very different philosophies on things. Um, we got along very well on the point of just like both wanting to do like independent out there cool research, but we have very different philosophies on stuff. Um, I'm a much bigger believer in when something is just totally screwed up, like I will make a shitstorm out of it, right? I won't just take stuff. I just won't take stuff sitting down, right? And especially now that I've graduated and I no longer have like my lab's reputation to think about, like yeah, ridiculous. Now I hope that doesn't change as my age. Like seriously, shoot me first. Like the only way I've ever been able to make progress on anything is just by being incredibly frustrated about the default, right? Like Pufferlib, Neural MMO, all these projects don't come from a place of like, I just want to build cool stuff. They come from a place of like looking at what is out there, seeing how utterly and ridiculously broken stuff is, and saying, okay, well, that can't be it, right? We got to fix this. It's just how I look at stuff. Like, I look at it as like, the glass is half empty, but I can fill the glass, right? Okay, let's start on this. So we should just do. Actually, this should just be rollout instead of rollout, right? Rollouts. Timeout is 10. Yeah, we're gonna change some stuff here. So we have env policy. Do we do opponent? How much stuff do I want to pass here? So we pass the env. Pass the policy. Opponent. Yeah, this is good. And what we'll do is, don't need games played. Don't need this. We'll put this up here. My mind is still on this stupid review. That's just so irritating. And the funny thing is, last year with my work I had 3 papers all get in. I believe it was. We had like a perfect review cycle. I think the puffer paper got rejected, but the project was way less mature then. It was still ridiculous or whatever, but I honestly think it's that like the reviews have become language models or something. I don't understand why else. Okay. Let me see if I can get my focus back here. So I just want to return the scores basically, right? Hey, what's everyone up to? We're implementing an ELO system for the miniature MOBA. That is what is going on. And there should be no... Yeah, this is going to be return none. Return none. Okay, cool. So now what we get to do is we get to figure out how to work this logic into the main thing. Why? so that we can tell which models are better than which other models. Right now, there's no way of telling which model is better than another. We need a way to play games where one policy controls one team, one policy controls the other team, and we see the win rates. That's what we're currently doing. So then we can have a training curve that shows us over time whether we're actually getting better at the game or not. Okay, so we have init elos, checkpoint directory. Exponential curve means it's shroud. Yep. Exactly. Has Shroud played MOBAs? I know him from Counter-Strike. I'm sure he'd be good at it, right? Regardless. Scores. Okay. Used to play League and Dota during pro days. As a pro or just... I didn't know that. It was fun. Alright, so... Continue... Else... We're just gonna do... Update elos. Well, we can't quite do this. We gotta do... elo pair equals numpy array path pair scores. There, this is good. All right, it was cool. Gonna go study. Back next stream. Cool. See you around. We also need to load the opponent, right? Opponent path. Let's load policy. We should do checkpoint dir up here. Checkpoint dir. Print elos. All right. Is this better? I think this is better. We don't need path. It should be name, right? Do name And name. I don't think we've had 4 on Twitch before. That's fun. Welcome. What did I forget? Missing opponent. I probably forgot to delete the self-arg, didn't I? Yep. Every time. And just a few porting issues. This is also kind of single purpose because we're checking like specific game conditions instead of infos. This is good enough for now. So it runs some games. Key error. Try this. Look at that. No victories. Well, we're also using the worst model as a starting point. This is a little bit suspicious. Let's see what's going on here. Print. Yeah, let's print the game and the opponent. Time minus start. We'll let that run for a moment. Okay, did we get anything cool out of this? Let's see. So it selected a bunch of opponents, and then it says that no towers are taken. Let's see why that is. So we do a reset, right? Radiant victories. And it seems weird, right? It seems like something weird must have happened. There definitely should be... I mean, the solution is really to just render it, isn't it? So we just run the script from here. What happened to the render? And where's my render? Make MOBA. Well, ocean.torch. Oh, well, I'm giving this to the... I don't even know how that worked. Probably not have star quargs. Okay. It should be render mode raylib. Okay, let's see. Whew, look at this. Speedy. Speedy Gonzalez here. Dyer. We have to print. This will be good. Welcome. Red is radiant, I'm guessing. Let me see. Bottom left should be radiant. Let me fix this so the chat's not covered by pufferfish. Looked like red was winning. Yeah. Red should have been winning. Okay, so you can see it's playing against the first checkpoint and Dire victory. Red is Dire. Dire is top, right? Okay, and then this one, it says that no towers were taken, which doesn't make any sense that no towers are being taken, because I see literally right here, right? I see them attacking towers. Let me see if it takes more than 2,000 steps. Okay, it needs a longer timeout, I guess. I'm not sure if it's resetting. Well, that definitely looks weird to me, doesn't it? How are they not taking towers? No, it looks like they're just going past the towers, but the thing is they should be hitting them on the way. So the towers should be getting taken. Let me just run it for a way longer. Let's just, like... Let's just see if it just takes way longer than I think. So the thing is, the first time I spawned the environments, I randomized the health values of some towers. I think they did just take one, didn't they? That's really weird. Where did the tower go? They should take this one, right? Well, where's this one? This one's missing. It's not going to be a graphical bug. One of them might have eaten it somehow. I don't know. Okay. Option numero dos. Gonna be... I'm very new to RL and machine learning in general. I'm interested in training algorithms on more complicated environments like yours, but I'm clueless about where to begin. Well, I might be a little bit biased, but I would generally suggest starting with Pufferlib because I built it specifically for this purpose. Hold on one second. Render mode human. That's weird. This is where I will show you for starting points. So it's right in here. So we have all sorts of environments. Oops, not here. Dev branch. So the MOBA I'm working on right now is here. The snake env is a simpler but really high performance env. Policies are in here. Pufferlib takes care of the rest, and the source code is relatively short and quite easy to read. So this is where I would take a look if you want to do that. Kindly star the repo on your way in. Helps me a ton. No attribute human action. Ugh. The cool thing with Puffer is, like, unlike other projects, it's going to be really trivial to go from simple to complex envs. That's the whole thing with Puffer is, like, it scales so well with environment complexity that it's essentially simple and complex envs are the same thing in Puffer. Why does render not work here? Hmm. Oh, I see. Well, that's okay. Just take the render param out. Eh, and just do true. Mm-hmm. All right, so here's our MOBA. And, I don't know, Puffer Strike. This was not what we intended. We have our AoE heal. Okay. Ready to recharge. How did it just ignore the tower? What? How did what just ignore the tower? Well, we're getting, like, attacked with some abilities here. Because these things are just murking me. This thing is level 11. I think we killed it. Yeah, they're overpowered as hell. We just stunned it in front of the tower. That was cool. We can stun them. See? Stunned him. Can't move. And then the puffers can take him out. That's pretty cool, right? This is annoying. I forget what this bug is. Can we just, like, let them win? I want to get to the second game to see what the heck is wrong. Oh yeah, it still resets you randomly, doesn't it? Okay, well, I did damage to the tower. So it looks like it works. Yeah, there's the puffer blink striking onto my tower. And now it wins, right? Okay, so here, it looks like it breaks when they win. Which is funny. Let's fix the render. You're not kidding about Scython, just got a 500% speed boost. Yeah, it's way faster. It's way more than 500%. I'm guessing you didn't even do it right. Um, if you build with annotate, it'll tell you when it's calling back to Python. If you have no yellow in your program, then it's running in pure C. So you can get 50x, not 5x. It's actually 50x, just straight up. Hey, make some cool M's. Toss them in Puffer. See what reinforcement learning comes out of it. I get all sorts of people, like, you see constantly, right, asking me, like, how to do stuff in reinforcement learning. Like, if you actually want, like, if you really want to learn RL fast, just, like, start adding stuff to Puffer, because this is where RL is going super fast, and, like, there's not really anywhere else you can go that people will just, like, look at your stuff and, like, submit PRs to fix it live on stream, right? I've done that with Noah's Tetris Env. I'm sure I'll be doing it with Nathan's Pong Env. Like, If you're doing stuff that actually is gonna like benefit the like open source RL in general, yeah, I'll just like fix stuff and PR stuff. It's pretty easy at this point for me. Offer only not valid for proprietary like industry stuff. Proprietary industry stuff you gotta pay for the extra support. Everything else is free. What is the thing you said about yellow in Python? So if you run with annotate, right, you compile with the annotations and you look at the HTML file, it shows you in yellow every time it calls back to Python. Have you caught up on any of the work from RLC yet? Nope, not really monitoring anything. I assume that there's just going to be a deluge of Twitter stuff over the next couple of days, and I'm just going to wait, and then I'll like sift through, whatever ended up being good once that is over. Like I'd be at RLC right now if they had reasonable reviewing. So I'm not going to be too quick to have to like, go do all this stuff looking through it. Damn it, these freaking bots. Hold on. There we go. Major difference between Python and Python syntax-wise? Well, you have to type your code. That's the main difference. Other than that, they look pretty similar. What happened? I must have missed it. Well, you know how they had a technical review and a senior review? Well, my technical reviewer didn't read the paper. He fed it into a language model. It invented a bunch of typos that were not in my paper that made my work look really sloppy. I got like a, slightly positive, like a borderline accept from the senior reviewer. And then based on, the biasing, like reject review from this person that didn't read my paper and made stuff up, essentially sabotaging it, and then the lukewarm second review, I got a rejection out of that with no appeal process for like actually sabotaging my work, and not even a guarantee that they would sanction the reviewer. I mean, if that's a university student, he should be expelled from his program. So, not really going to go out of my way to support that. Welcome. Yeah, the only reason I haven't blown him up more on Twitter is just because of like I have respect for the organizers and what they're trying to do, so I don't want to like smash the conference too hard on socials. I actually should have done that. That's the sad thing is like if I put the LLM structures, I bet you I would have substantially higher reviews on some of these papers. Like it's the reviewing is a joke these days. Yeah, they just invented their whole review was them inventing a bunch of typos that weren't in my paper. Oh, you're streaming on Twitch now? I'm on X, Twitch, and YouTube. You can watch wherever, it doesn't matter. It's just J Suarez 5341, same as my Twitter. Yeah, bet here, star is bet is bet's right, yeah. I mean, I'll post them as well. I just haven't wanted to like post them all over Twitter. Mostly out of respect for Eugene because he's one of the organizers and he does really cool work. Yeah, latency on Twitch is better. I don't really care where people watch as long as you star the repo. I heard they asked for references to their own papers. That's funny. But I was expecting the NERPS reviews to be better this time around, and they were actually just as bad, if not worse. So, I think that at this point, probably LLMs have just infested the review process, and it's like not worth writing papers anymore. I think that's probably just the state of it. I mean, you could solve this problem overnight just by sanctioning people, right? Like if you're not reading a paper that you're assigned to review and you're just using a language model, then you've signed up to review for no other reason than being able to put it on your resume. You're actively sabotaging people's work for personal gain. You should be expelled. Simple as that. I mean, a lot of these are grad students, right? You know, if it's a company person, you inform their company, and if they have too many people from the same company, you ban the company from the conference. That'll fix it real quick. Like these are not hard problems. Like these are incredibly, incredibly easy problems. It's just like you have to make a firm call, and nobody wants to make a firm call, like ever, on anything. That's all there is to it. I tried changing I tried to help with the process. I did some stuff for NeurIPS. I tried to make it better this year. Like, I ended up actually getting some language changes made to the call based on stuff that I did. But it's just like, at the end of the day, it's a reviewer that's going to do whatever they want. Like, I'm not, without being able to make way heavier handed changes, it's not worth trying to change the process. Like, the best thing is to just, like, say screw it and go write open source code and just, like, okay, fine, you're going to be this way. We'll just slowly replace all of this stuff with, like, with better things, right? Not even slowly, very quickly. Like, okay, you're gonna require that you have you have experiments on like these really old, slow environments that are outdated. Fine, we're gonna just write fast environments and get better results, way easier and way cooler because our stuff isn't slow. Like we're just gonna do stuff that way now. What happened here? Invalid PID. This has got to be the grid 2. I bet that this is when you destroy the ancient, right? Why would it be when you destroy the ancient though that this happens? Is it because reset? Is it when you reset the environment that something breaks? That actually would be very substantial, wouldn't it? What happens when we reset? So all the towers get moved. You're not respawning creeps. Oh. Yeah, this is probably bad. How do we check this? When we loop over creeps, we just check their PIDs, right? So when we reset, we should do respawn creeps. And spawn neutrals, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually fine. So what we'll just do is we do for I in range of num creeps. Get creep I pid. Get creep. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see if this does it. So this should null all of the extra creeps. And we'll see if that is enough to fix this bug. It's kind of cool that this is sort of fun to play as is. Like, I can decide that I'm going to stun a creep. Oop. Hey, what's up there, Puffer? See, stunned. And whoop, let's let them win the game. They actually have learned to use skills effectively as well, which is really cool. Still invalid PID. Alright. I'll bite. And see what's wrong. So I am fighting a neutral here, right? You get level 2 at 35 XP is kind of weird. That looks like there's a bug there, right? Do I get level 3 just by killing this one? Okay, at least I don't get level 3. So there might just be an off by 1. It's not as big of a deal. Okay, invalid PID. -1 at 99:48. I do need to know the tile type. I can't figure out what it is. I thought it was like just a win the game thing. But I think this is actually a legitimate bug in the environment. We'll find this. A little Mobiteb today is fine. It does randomly resetting you is a little obnoxious. I think that we're not going to need that for much longer though. I mean, that's almost outlived its usefulness. Here come the puffers. Everyone went over to Twitch today. That's funny. Well, welcome Twitch folks. In case the marketing wasn't obvious enough, the towers are stars and the characters are puffer. So please star the puffer on GitHub. I hadn't even connected the dots on that. I don't know how much more obvious I can make it, man. What do? I literally have to implement Dota and make the towers stars and the characters puffers as a marketing stunt, and it still doesn't work. I kind of find that funny though, just like making a bunch of Sims that are like actually high quality, like full games or whatever, but the graphics are just like puffers and stars. Probably it would be better to actually make the game look good, but you know, who's got time for that? I could think of some ways to jazz up the map just a little bit at the very least. It would also be nice if the puffers at least flipped. You know, when you go forward or backward, that'd be cool. I could do that. Just waiting for it to crash so I can get some error logs. I thought they were yellow dots. Maybe I need to make the stars bigger. The puffers are creeps and the heroes. Oh, dude, what's your RuneScape combat level? I forget if it's 125 or 126. It might be 125. I forget if I didn't max prayer. I also have, yeah, I had to. It's like heroin, dude. That game is heroin. I have like 700 completed raids. I think like 2 or 3 Bill Bank, Inferno Cape, Twisted Bow, Scythe, Dusted Omelet. Yeah, that game got me good. Okay, invalid PID -1 on tile. It is a tower tile. That's interesting. How'd that happen then? So dire victory, right? What is num towers? $24 towers, right? Oh yeah, I remember I got the master's helm and I was working on GM tasks before it was like, okay, that's enough. Freaking ridiculous. Yeah. I did some pretty cool stuff though. I did day 1 hard mode top completion. That was cool. So somewhere a tower is getting reset incorrectly is what's happening here. And we need to fix this so that I can evaluate elo correctly. And like, I also assume that it's probably this is messing up training somehow. I wouldn't be surprised. There's like some edge case here that I'm not seeing. When you call reset, right? It should be respawning all the towers. $112 and $34 is like probably it's not actually always the same tower. It's been different towers. So I'm assuming it's not spawning any of them correctly. Tower dot spawn y. Let's see when we make these, how we make them originally. Players are fine. Okay, so here is the tower data, right? Spawn X, spawn Y, PID. I think tower PID is fine, right? Yeah, it's the same. Get tower of index. Tower.health. It gets set to max health. Tag timer gets zeroed. Move 2. Spawn Y, spawn X, right? Move 2. If the grid is not empty, Oh. You can't do this. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I found it. Um, that's a little bit annoying, but I'm pretty sure it's that. I think this is it. I'll explain. So, towers are actually coded as tile types on the grid. Is that right? Wait. No, wait. Does that make sense? No, wait. That doesn't make sense because you do set it to empty. Oh, but if the tower's already still alive, maybe? Hmm. Very weird. Let's try this one. Something is just screwing up the respawning of towers. If we can fix this, then we'll be able to fix the rest of the stuff. It's only 2 p.m. We should have plenty of time today to get Elo working and several other things. I will say that the movement actually feels pretty good in this. Like, just having it be point like this. It's not the same as, like, an actual MOBA where you, like, click around to move. Maybe it's just because I haven't played enough that movement system always felt like it's very precise and stuff, but it just doesn't feel good to play, right? Like, obviously you can't play a MOBA like this. Like, you need to be able to click to move instead of drag, right? Like, this is way jankier for actually, like, playing well, but it does feel really good. Like, the movement feels really good. And if you just put the cursor anywhere around your character, it stops you moving, just anywhere in the general region. You can go slow, you can go medium, you can go fast. I'm also getting sniped by this guy here, is one-shotting me. Is there a way to speed up the simulation? Yes, there is. I'm concerned I might miss something. Okay, so here is the error. It actually did not reproduce. So it's not what I thought it was. Yeah, I thought I was about to fix it. Um, this is so weird because this is this is a tower position. Does this go down? This might just go down here. Wait. What does PID stand for? Player ID. It's just your order in the loop. Essentially, everybody has a unique ID. It's just your order in the loop. Here, let me make it faster because I can. I can actually do that very easily. It makes it hard to play, but who cares? For once, I actually do plan on being live tomorrow as well, so hopefully we should be able to make a lot of progress here. Where is it? Though, the reason for that is I will be, um, I will be out at the start of next week for a bit. It'll definitely Monday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Probably like Monday, Tuesday would be my best guess. Just depends. Oh, okay, here actually, look, we do. We get failed to respawn. So this was actually the issue. Failed to respawn every single one of them, actually. The thing is, because the original grid has... Hold on. Does the original grid have the towers? I don't think it does, right? No, the grid shouldn't have the towers on it, right? Yeah, no, the grid doesn't have the towers. So why then would this be failed? Let's try this. Maybe this tells us. Oops. Invalid index for type float. Move. Not really back to MOBA. This was supposed to not take super long. And it really shouldn't. I'm just sort of being... I don't know, I'm being slow today. Could use a few days off. Not even, really. Now we'll see what happens. I would like to know how my team is getting so strong when they don't seem to be doing anything. I guess it's because they're just fighting the creeps at the base, right? Because I'm not getting any XP. I guess they must, yeah, they must just be fighting the creeps at the base. I don't know how they got level 11 already. That's kind of ridiculous. Did they take the tower? What the hell? Well, that's weird. The game not reset? I won't come back, Winky. Yep. All right. There we go. So we get failed to respawn because the grid is already set to 2, which is tower. So for some reason, I don't know why that would happen for all the towers, though. That's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16. Yeah, it's all the towers. Grid should be set to empty here. If it's a tower, you do call kill on it. Which should set, yeah, it sets the grid to empty. So I don't know why the grid is 2 on everything. Well, I think that probably... I don't want to do this manually, though. It's like... What if I just do grid? Does this fix it? The working hypothesis was that, like, if the tower is still alive, I clear the player ID off the board. I clear all the player IDs, but then I don't clear the towers off. But it looks like they're both not getting cleared correctly. Friendly reminder that you can actually play with this environment right now if you want. It's free, open source, and very easy to set up in Pufferlib. So, million step per second MOBA, single threaded, plus integrations with AI. Technically, you're playing against AI right here as well. Your teammates, by default, these ones kind of suck. They'll get better, though. I'll release some good models soon. as soon as we can train him. Can I heal my teammate Puffer? Yeah, heal the team Puffer. Oh, there's our Ancient. The Ancient is open. Let's see. Is anything going to happen? Where are they? I saw some Puffers. They just took a chunk out of it. Okay, so dire victory. Say we wanted to run baselines ocean. That doesn't make any sense because the point of baselines is to track is to save like the best version of a specific policy. If you want to edit the shell script, you can just edit the shell script though. Right? The quickest way is just to edit the shell script. It is not magic. You can just open code and change things. It's good. Because dash baseline means... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, but the dash baseline, that argument, that says track this run and mark it as the best run so that when you do eval with dash baseline, that's the policy that gets downloaded by default. I'm surprised we still have this invalid PID. But wait, now it's on tile 10. What's tile 10? Radiant... Ooh. That's really weird though, right? Because... Hang on a second. Wait just 1 minute here. It is magic. For newbies, is there any documentation to getting started with Puffer? I would certainly hope so. I put together this whole website. Talks all about the stuff that we have. And then if you just look at the GitHub repo itself, this also has some commands and stuff. If there's other docs, if there's other stuff you're confused about that you think that there should be docs for, let me know, because I could add more stuff. I just don't know what to add. I don't know where people get stuck, because people don't tell me. They suffer in silence. How are we on stars? 765 is pretty awesome. Why is it that when I post something like this gets more, like, this gets way more notice than when I do something really cool, like, you know, making a driving sim go stupid fast? There's like a lot of what the heck. How do I have what? Let me reply to some of this stuff. What the heck? I swear it needs more clickbait. Contribution along with the papers. All right, that's about it. Okay, let's go check some other stuff. Carbs probably these sweet might have some good stuff by now as well, right? Well, let's not totally focus break on this. Let's finish this part first. So I see what's happening. Like somehow the board is just not getting cleared correctly. That's essentially the deal here. So the thing I'm not understanding is the issue is in .render, right? But I call reset here. I call reset before I compute new obs. And then inside of reset, right? You reset the grid to the original grid right here. There shouldn't be able to be invalid PID on tile 10, right? Spawn player. Let me see. What's respawn player? While it's not a valid pause. This looks like it's valid to me. Invalid PID on tile 10. This is like the radiant carry. Am I not copying this grid the way I think I am or something? Rig grid is grid.copy. Oh, is this it? I think I was missing this dot copy here. Hold on. I think this might be it. I think I was altering the original grid. That would make sense. I think I might have just found it. I might have just found it. Uh, okay. Still invalid? Did this rebuild? Yeah, it looks like it did. Invalid PID on tile 9. Should I just do this? Just making sure that there's nothing, I'm not going nuts here. There's clearly somewhere that the board is not getting cleared between resets, which would totally mess up training and would explain a lot of the weird stuff that we've been seeing. Okay, well that's interesting. Hmm. That's interesting. That this doesn't work. Self.grid equals grid. Oh, you a beer or some subs? Speed is everything. I get it now. I do meet up with folks. I'm currently in the Bay Area. But I'm not looking to fund all this stuff off of individual contributions, right? The goal here is to just have all the open source side be fun times. Everything is free. You know, contribute code if you like, help promote if you like. That's all helpful. And then the goal is that companies will want to pay for support contracts or supports or services around it. That is the goal. How's the MOBA looking? MOBA is looking good. We're trying to find a bug in it right now. Something is weird with when I reset the environment. And then as soon as I fix this, though, I'll be able to basically have ELO working. And then as soon as I get ELO integrated with WandB sweeps, I think that's GG. Like, that's the one missing component to have all of this just hyperscale in Austin. That's like the one place I haven't been. I haven't been like, I don't. Have I ever been to Austin at all? I don't know if I have. I'm jealous of the food that you have there. I'm very, very jealous of the food that you have there. I mean, it depends what you mean by that, right? I like a lot of just like no frills down to earth food, right? I'm the type of guy like I will gladly go to a diner like every day if it's a good diner. chill Mexican place, like casual, whatever, you know, that type of stuff. Yeah. I know, they're not, I can't find any darn diners in California. It's crazy. Like, I can't just walk down the street and go to a diner. It drives me nuts. I got a few good spots here, but that's about it. You just double check if we've got a sync later. Okay, I think I'm going to do a quick... I got to do a quick thing at 4 p.m. So I got an hour and a half to fix this, and then I'll be back later in the evening. People are posting Pufferlib around and just like random stuff is cool. That's funny. Puffer to the moon. Absolutely puffer to the moon. Okay. API usage error. Uh-oh. Really? How's that for a 5-second repro? Yeah. Hold on. See, this is the cool thing about being able to just do stuff on stream like this. That's a 30-second fix right there. Pull that bet. No, I appreciate the reports because, like, if you just send me a big queue of these in a Discord, I'll never do it. Like, I'll just never do it. If somebody just like, hey, can you just fix this right now? I'll be like, yeah, sure. Come on, we got to be able to fix this. I want to be able to at least have a cool result for the stream before my meeting in like an hour and a half. And I got to do 1 or 2 things in between as well. So let's say we got like an hour 10 to do this. And to get ELO working. Lock in for that. Okay, so this is clearly wrong, right? Like when I run eval elo like this, having copied the grid, like the sprites are all vanished. Like everything is still happening, but all the sprites have like vanished. So that's bizarre. Oh, so you can't do... Right, you have to copy this data in like this. I think that should still be fine though. I don't think that I'm doing anything weird. As you call reset, when you call reset, you do update the grid to the original grid. Right? You hit reset. Compute observations. There's no alternative explanation, right, than the grid not getting refreshed. How does a reset work that's different from the first time you call it? Tile 7. Radiant Assassin. Definitely a reset bug. So... you have move 2. These all look fine. How's the render logic work? It goes from grid and PIDs, right? Which is the same as what I pass. Wait. You pass grid here, right? And then this is the same as the grid we pass into the... Yeah. We do pass this copy of the grid in here. Invalid PID -1. unique equals this for if tile equals grid if tile not in unique append tile print. Try this. I'm just going to print out the unique tiles, see what's in here after you reset. Just got to start printing more stuff. I'm hoping that we actually find like a major I think it's 128, right? Is spaces supposed to converge? Yeah, it is. I've noticed that there's something weird with it as well. You can go run a quick hyperparam sweep to see if there's something wrong. Yeah, I saw that. Something changed with it. It's actually probably a bad thing. If you want to go figure that out, that would be awesome. But it should take like all of 10 minutes to run a full hyperparam sweep on it to see if it's just hypers. Okay, so unique tiles is 1 and 0 at the start. And we're going to see if at the end we still have unique tiles. Bones is doing cool stuff. Let me see if I can get him to add something to Puffer. All right, let's see what happened. Ah, we see right here. So somehow we're leaking data. This original grid is getting mutated. That's incredibly, incredibly weird. Original grid is equal to grid.copy. You would think that that would copy the grid, right? Why is it not doing that? Gotta run. Thanks for stream. Yeah. See you around. NumPy copy not copying. Is this a thing? Copy.deep copy. I don't think you should need that. Use. Wait, copy. Does it say shallow? Ugh. It shouldn't be object-D type. To be fair, you can actually drive a little bit and have stuff be cheap farther out in Texas, right? There's a lot of space. The funny thing is, if you think about it, like, wait, there's some people in ML that cast doubt now on how far RL can take us, and some of the practical limitations in terms of sample efficiency. What's your take? Well, if you want to get really, really practical, right? Currently, 99% of the resources in all of AI are being drained into language models. I think that whoever you talk to, nobody's going to tell you that like language models are guaranteed to solve everything. A lot of people think that it will, but a lot of people think it's like 50-50 at best, right? It's just the most promising thing that they know about at the moment. So I'm putting like comparatively no resources into this thing and I'm getting really far. And compared to language models, like RL has had so little investment and has shown so much promise based on that tiny amount of investment. Like people were talking about compute and sample efficiency on Dota years ago, right? In 2018, 2019. Well, guess what? Dota is now, by modern standards, a tiny project. You could do it on like 200 modern GPUs at most, probably less than that. So really, RL has solved crazy problems that language models have not even been able to approach with next to no investment whatsoever years ago, right? As for practical limitations like sample efficiency, I'm sitting here coding million step per second simulations. And they're not simple simulations either, right? Like, I can basically take a reasonable version of any modern game and I can make it a million steps per second per thread, like per core. So like we could make all of Dota 1-to-1 pretty much, still would be hundreds of thousands of steps per second. RL is just getting started. Hey, I think Puffer is going to be the future of RL, and so far it seems people agree. Growth has been insane on this project, and I really am just getting started with this. Aren't their purposes different? Yeah, completely different as well. In my head, like the most likely case is that language models are going to take us ridiculously far, much farther than many people would expect, but it's not going to be able to do everything because it's not grounded by interacting with a fixed simulation or a fixed reality, right? That's what RL gets you. It lets you learn by trial and error with something tangible, something real. It's like the difference between doing stuff and just thinking about doing stuff in your head, right? Also, these things scale fundamentally differently. Like, RL takes tiny little neural networks on tons of data, whereas language models, right? Supervised learning, it takes gigantic networks on like practically no data. Like language models train on no data. They have no training data at all. Like 10 terabytes? Are you kidding me? I train on that in one GPU overnight. Like that's what RL does on one GPU overnight. It's night and day. Do I have to define all these sweep parameters by hand? No, they get inherited from default. So you only have to update the ones that you want to have different ranges from default. Yeah, that is for hold on. Let me open something. That is for the driving environment, GPU drive. This is just a bizarre error. There's some copy going on. I don't understand how this is possible. Original grid. This is called once in underscore init, right? And then when we call reset, what's my eval code doing? Eval code only makes the end once, right? Yeah, we only make the end once. We do explicitly reset multiple times, which is a little weird. But that's not terrible, right? Wait. Yeah, no, that's fine. Bizarre. We're going to go back to headless mode here for a little bit. Love the positivity. I would not describe myself as positive whatsoever. But sure. Most beautiful data pipelines come from RL projects. Remote distributed training. I also wouldn't describe the data pipelines as beautiful either. Jeez. I haven't seen that one. C0's remote distributed. I don't think anybody has cracked good remote distributed training in RL, right? That's still unsolved. We're currently at 1,000,000 steps per second local, one GPU. It's very hard to scale that because you're at the point where you have like microseconds. Like microseconds start mattering. The optimizations get hard. Okay, what happened here? So unique tiles, victory, Unique tiles. So original grid is getting mutated somehow. Do I have to do like this? What is this? Why haven't I seen this before? This is cool. Oh, I see what they're doing. It's one of these. Okay. These are really hard to do. It's really hard to do these efficiently. Only size 1 arrays can be converted to Python. Interesting. Can finally beat Pong, my Pong AI with the ball. Wait, do you have a model trained that's good already? Man, how does this keep happening? I don't understand how this is... Data is getting mutated. Why is copy not working? I'm in a hard-coded opponent, I see. That game is not easy. Oh. I think I know what's happening. Question mark. Question mark? How? This wrong. Python. Do sweep carbs. I haven't been maintaining the original sweep as well. Do sweep dash carbs. You'll need to clone clone it's pufferlib puffer AI / carbs. Just do that in a different directory. Pip install -e dot. It takes 2 seconds. Yeah. Dev branch. Am I not allowed to keep a memory view around like this? Don't know that they solved distributed RL, but they sent a client system. Yeah, to generate self-play examples. I see how that would work. But you still can't use it for training properly. You can only automate rollouts. It's very difficult. Do we know how much data? How much data was Alpha 0 trained on? This is probably already really fast, right? $700,000 steps. Wait, is this it? Oops. That's only 2.8 billion steps. There's no way it's this little data, right? Do you know how many actual, like, how many states, of chess or whatever this is played on? Or not, was this chess? Oh, this is chess, not Go. Okay. Carb's only compatible with 3.10. It's compatible with 311. I use it on 311 all the time. Yeah. Did you use my carbs repo? Or theirs? Okay, there isn't a pip package, so you can't do that. You're installing something random, I'm pretty sure. I told you what to do. I said to go download it and then pip install -e dot, not try to like download a package. Yeah. The fact that this is getting screwed up is really weird to me. So wait. There's a clue here, right? I only call reset up here. And the first time you call it, it's fine. So there's a clue here somewhere. Let me see. So it resets. It plays a game. It's still good. And then when it plays the next game, it's bad. Deep copy the grid. You play a full game. This is so weird. I'm not missing anything, am I? This is so freaking weird. It's still somehow... Found it. 2.9 billion. So it must be because of the search then. That, like, because it's doing MCTS at every step. Because that's, like, no data. 2.9 billion, like, I could train on that much data in, let me think, how big is a chessboard? Or was this Go or chess? I don't know how big is a chessboard. Small, right? It's like 11 by 11 or something. How many freaking pawns are there? Is it 8 by 8? Yeah, it's 8 by 8. Oh, that's tiny. Yeah. You should be able to do... I could do 2.9 billion steps in an hour. I could have thought about it for a second if I... Yeah, and just counted, like, the back row. I don't know how many pawns there are, but I could have gone, like, okay. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 8. I've been streaming too much, I guess. Causes brain damage. I think I must be looking in the wrong spot. There's just no way. Hmm. Let me try one more thing. is pup. Look, you did this, right? You cloned carbs, you pip install -e dot, right? And then you went back into pufferlib like this, or did you put it in the same directory as pufferlib like a fool? You put them in the top level. So like I have my stuff like this. I think I forgot that this is not a memory view, right? This is okay, that's weird then. Oops, 1 second. Is it really not install? You're in puffer tank? You didn't get any install errors? It's not even in the setup. I mean, it's not in the setup. Nothing. Yeah, no, there isn't. There shouldn't be in the puffer carbs. You did. You pip installed carbs, not puffer, right? No, I said don't pip install. I said don't pip install carbs. I said pip install -e dot. Look. Here. Not inside of pufferlib. They both need to be pip installed. They're separate packages. Pip install here. It will install puffer tank /carbs. It will build, and then you will have successfully built carbs. I said if you pip install without the -e, you're pulling from a repository online that doesn't exist. It's somebody else's thing that they've named carbs separately that has nothing to do with this. Bug. How have I gotten stuck on something this simple for so long? Well, I have to, I'm going to take a few minutes. What I'm going to do is I got to go do a couple things. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to come back. I'm going to solve this. And then I've got a meeting. And then I'll be back after that. But hopefully before my meeting, we'll have solved this. I just got to go do a couple things. Be back. Okay. 800 search simulations per position. Yeah. So he should keep the chat on the be right back screen. Good idea. Here. Let me see how to do that. Browser. Existing. Oops. There you go. Actually, let's put this up here. There you go. Multi-discrete has no attribute n. What do you run, Bet, for that? Do you find yourself using LLMs in this work a lot? No, they're garbage. They literally can't do anything. The only thing I use is I use SuperMaven. Like, it pretty much just gives you one-line autocompletes fast, and they're not particularly good, but like it's really good for just saving typing. That's about it. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Does train work and sweep not work better? Is it like the whole M? I want to figure out what the heck is cursed with this first, and then I will be happy to fix that. Let me double check one thing. Okay. I'll fix that bug for you, and then yeah, let me just fix that real quick because this is going to take a little longer. This doesn't work? Really? Did something change? Because it works on mine. Let's see. You have a different version then? Because this is not what is, that's not what is in this file. I don't think it's I don't think it's Python. Are you on the dev branch? I mean, there's... None of these should be being used. Carbs branch. Yeah, Carbs is in dev now, man. Everything's in dev. I migrated everything up. I just left the branches in case I needed to... You know, I usually only delete branches once per minor release in case I need stuff. Yeah, everything's merged. Hold on, I'm stuck on this and this is driving me nuts. Let me figure out what the heck is wrong with this system. I don't understand how this is possible. I can pull the dev branch, yeah. Trying to think. Well, let's just run this and see, first of all, if I've magically... Yeah, it's still broken. How's the env going, Nathan? I don't know how this is getting copied. This is so bizarre. It's like it's getting knitted multiple times or something bizarre. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? We call reset multiple times. Oh, I'm so stupid. So stupid. Holy hell. I see the error. Says train does run but terminates. Okay, it's fine. Good. I like it when it's fine and it works. What did you add to the hyperparam to the sweep configuration, Bet? Nothing? I might not. Hold on, I'll fix that then in a second. I think I fixed this bug. Let me see. Yeah. That was really stupid of me. Sometimes you're smart, sometimes you're a moron. I don't know what to say. It's why there needs to be just less code. Make sure it's still good. Look at that. Okay, it's not detecting wind condition, I don't think. There should be a win con. That was weird, right? Still taking towers. The eval bug. Dire victory. Radiant victories. It's not one right away. The first game is easier than the others. And I can fix that actually because it shouldn't be. The first game, I randomize everything's health. It's to break symmetries in training. I have to reset it a second time to get rid of that. But still. We get to do something. Actually, it shouldn't be harder or easier either. Yeah, it just monitors base health. Technically, wait. This is so obnoxious, like. Can we render it now, or does it still blow that up? Because maybe we can render it and see what's happening. Okay. What? It just worked. So does it work, or does it not work when I take the eval? I don't know if I did. I don't think I changed anything. Well, it says Dyer has not won right here. Right? No, look, the Ancient is gone, and it's not won. I saw them pulling it as well. I saw them, like, moving the towers around, which we know that they can do that. I gotta say, this is a really cool to look at. Like, this is a really cool to watch sim, isn't it? It's gonna be cooler. Eventually, like, we are actually gonna make it look a little better than this. We're not gonna go crazy with it, but we'll do, like, some some lo-fi cool stuff. So I think that this is a legit bug in the game then, right? This would actually explain a lot if you think about it. I bet they're, like, healing it on the same tick or some bullshit. This should be -1, not 0. Mm-hmm. Do you see that they just moved the tower? It's a feature, not a bug, alright? It's a feature. We just watch this for a bit and see if this changes anything. Do you see them, like, pulling the towers? We should log the game length. Oh, there it is. Interesting. Well, this health thing was more intuitive, so let's leave that like this. Um, I can periodically. I gotta go make my shake because I have to hop off for a meeting in a sec. Let me try this, and then what we'll do is I'll go for my meeting. We'll try this, I'll go for my meeting, and then I'll be back afterwards for another hour or two probably, unless it goes really long. But we should be good. Well, this is running. I'm going to... Oh. Interesting. Well, I think it says that the tower is still there. It just, like, got absorbed somehow. But, like, how did it just get absorbed? Yeah, I don't know what it is. All right. Well, I will be back in hour and a half, something like that, for a little bit. We got stuck on a bunch of bugs today, but it's okay. It happens. So all the stuff that you see here is, again, this is all available right here in Pufferlib. I'll put the repo up. So feel free to try it out, and please, if you haven't already, star the repository. It helps me out a tremendous amount, actually, more than you would think with just these metrics normally. So, yeah, I will be back soon. Hopefully, we can make some progress.